Friday. I hope everyone is having an excellent day today. Pardon me, already. It's been raining here lately, so I'm a little bit congested, so you'll have to pardon me for that. Today is a big day. We have some new colorists in our midst, and we want to welcome them in, give them some basic materials, and let them shine. So today we are going over colors for the very beginner, and we're going to be using my book, Ivy's Peculiar Patterns. This book is designed for the beginner. It is designed to give you tools to help you succeed in your coloring. Let's get started here. Give everybody a minute to get in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday, everybody. Let me adjust my camera just a little bit. Again, YouTube doesn't give us very many options here. And I can only get my camera back so far with the space that I've got. I do my best. Ooh, that's terrible. Hello, Amy. How are you today? Trying to get my camera straightened up here. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Whiskey Creek. Hello, View. How are you? Why is my chat not working? There we go. Hello, Joe. So come on in. Hello, Chris. How are you today? Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. What a day, huh? I hope you all brought your best stories, too, because we're going to talk about them. Colored pencils. As you all know, colored pencils are my passion. Well, and watercolors. I love watercolors, too. Hello, Whiskey Creek. I don't know if I said that. Whiskers, yeah. I have been... Oh, thank you, Amy. I appreciate that. I have been coloring with colored pencils now since the late 90s, early 2000s, roughly. Thank you, View. Thank you. I have a shindig to go to tomorrow. A very kind of important shindig. My mother was in a graduating class. We'll just tell the story real quick. Of 26 people back in 1964 at her school. And every year they have a reunion banquet where everybody gets dressed up and we go and we visit and with all of her old classmates. So that is tomorrow night. So yes, I'm already getting prepped for tomorrow night because I don't do shindigs very often. So this will be one of the few times that you ever see me with the looking fancy on my nails. They're just not practical for me for everyday use. I'm getting some things out here, getting some things ready. We have some new colorists in our mix. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I love having you here. I've opened up my colors here. Of course, you all know I've got my Prismacolors as well. Those are my two black ones. We can use those for an example. That's a good start. That's a good place to start. What is the difference with all these different colored pencils? You know, when you first start out, you don't know what to buy. You don't. There are two main brands or types of colored pencils out there. There is a oil-based and there is a wax-based. And the difference is tremendous. They feel totally different. The oil-based pencils tend to be harder than the wax-based. In this example, the Colors are the oil-based and the Prismacolors are the wax-based. Okay? The points on an oil-based pencil will stay harder longer because they are a harder pencil. Neither one is better than the other. All right, let me put that out there. Neither one is better than the other. It all comes down to personal preference as to whether you prefer an oil-based or a wax-based pencil. Some people like to use both of them at the same time. The high ambient, it does not matter. It does not matter which one you prefer. Yes, ambient, new gloves too. I like them both. Either one is fine. Don't let anybody convince you otherwise. It is an age-old debate. The debate has been around since I have been coloring as to which one is better, oil or wax. Neither one and both. All right? Now, I said that those two are the two main types of colored pencils, and that's true. We walking your cat to the grocery store. Now, there are way more pencils in the world that are colored. Oh, these ones have some broken tips on them, but that's all right. In this case, these are pastel pencils. Technically, they are still colored pencils, but they contain a drier pigment known as pastels. It's kind of like coloring with chalk, to be honest. Not my favorite. They're okay. Some people really like them. I can live without them. Now, there are also other pencils that I call dry colored pencils. And these colored pencils are kind of a cross between a pastel and I don't even know. They're much drier than either an oil or a wax based. I don't know for sure, but these are Stettlers, and they fall into that category. How many different brands of colored pencils are there? There's hundreds, probably. Realistically, there's probably 50 different brands. I don't know. There's a lot. You can find them at all price points and ranges. There's probably more than that. Probably hundreds. I was probably right the first time. Anyways, these are Stettlers. They're dry. They blend a little bit differently than either the wax or the oil or the pastel. These are in triangular shaped barrels. But I put these in the dry category because they are. They're more like a pastel than a wax or an oil. And I know it sounds confusing, but I'm putting it out there just so you understand that, there is a wide variety. And that brings me to these little guys right here today. I want to talk about these real quick. These are Crayolas. Look at that. Crayola, Crayola, Crayola. They're little mini Crayolas that I got at the Dollar Tree. If this is what's in your brain, if this is what is in your budget, buy them. Don't ever outprice yourself and think that just because a pencil is more expensive that it is better. Get that out of your head right now. No pencil is better than another one, especially in the realm of coloring. We are coloring. So is Polychromos a brand or a type? Polychromos is a brand of oil pencil. Hello, Nikki. Crayolas are wonderful pencils. Let me repeat that. Crayolas are wonderful pencils. There's a reason why they're one of the #1 brands in the world. The difference between a professional colored pencil and a student grade or child's pencil is the amount of pigment in the pencil. That's it. Chris has some old barrel Prismacolor and old thin twistables. Nice. Nice. Yeah, and Crayola now has an adult line of colored pencils as well that do have a little bit more pigment in them. I will be using those for an example here in a little bit. Matter of fact, let me find the black one since we're talking about black. I'll go ahead and pull the black one out. We'll put that one right there for now. I have a lot of Sanford ones. Do I have any out right now? That's Premier. There's a Sanford Prismacolor one. A lot of mine are still Sanfords. I haven't gone through them yet. You really like their black and red versus your Prismacolor, right? Yeah, Joe works on leather, if y'all didn't know that. I even have colored pencils that are mechanical from the Dollar Tree. You know, when I say that I've tried probably every type of pencil out there, no doubt. Some of my favorites are ones from Crazy Art. These super bright ones are so fun to work with. Children's brand. As long as you're having fun with your colored pencils, that's the important part. That is #1 priority. Sharpeners. Sharpeners are probably the #1 question that I get about colored pencils. Which sharpener should I use for my colored pencils? And the answer is it depends. There is not one best, just like there's not one best pencil. The best thing that you can do is buy yourself a variety of sharpeners. And I'm going to show you a really old one here in a minute. All right, #1. This is what is in every school children's box across the United States, at least. It is a simple handheld sharpener. This one has 2 sizes in it. All right. This is probably what most people start off with and can't figure out exactly how to do it so that you're not breaking your leads. The best practice is to move the sharpener around the pencil and do it slowly and methodically, bit by bit. Unfortunately, when you move the sharpener around the pencil, you have to go by feel and not sight. So I am a rebel, and when I am using a handheld sharpener, I look right here in particular, and I watch to see how much wood is coming off, and I adjust it bit by bit. It is an easy way to sharpen your pencils. You know, takes nothing. It fits in your bag. And they're cheap. These little things, you can get 12 of them or 10 of them at the Dollar Tree for, $1.25 now. I use this a lot. especially if I'm on the go. That's a little handheld sharpener. All right. In the tune of manual sharpeners, yeah, right, Whiskey Creek. You do other things though. There are things called crank sharpeners. This is an X-Acto one. This one, it bolts down to the desk so you can turn the crank. It's very simple. There's nothing wrong with it except for it won't hold all the colored pencils. When you only have one hole, you don't get the choice. And colored pencils are different sizes, okay? I don't like this sharpener. I do not like it, not one bit. But it makes a good example. All right. Oh, my arms are not long enough. This one is an antique. It is old. It is rusty. It is a barrel Boston. Where did we find the word barrel on it? Right there. Made in the USA, very old. It's so old, part of the metal broke off here, by the way. This is best if you screw it down up to the table or to the wall. This one has different size holes that you can adjust to. I highly recommend, if you're going to get a manual crank sharpener, get one with adjustable holes in it like this. All right. When you open this up, let me see if I can open it up. There we go. It's got what's called a grind mechanism in it. This will produce some of the sharpest pencils you've ever owned. This grinder blade right here takes a very, very, very stupidly long time to wear down. I promise you that. This one is, oops. I think they said this one was from the 70s or 60s. Something like that. Really fun to have that nice old crank though. I don't really use it, but hey, it's nice as a memorabilia piece. So let me put this back up here. Get it out of the way. My favorite sharpener by far though is this little $6 sharpener from the Dollar Tree. Comes in a wide variety of colors. Costs a whopping $6. Got one size hole, runs on 2 AA batteries. This is my go-to for everyday pencils. My Colors, my Prismacolors, my Crayolas, everything goes through these. You can get these on Amazon too. It's a Westcott. That's the brand. I've been using one of these for years and years and years. I just recently replaced this one. Oops, I'm making a mess on my page. It lasts a long time. It does. It fits in my hand nicely. You guys have probably seen me do it about 1 million times using this sharpener or hearing it. It's not too loud. It's not too annoying. It's a great little everyday sharpener. It's also easy to take with you on the go. Doesn't take up much room in your bag at all. This combined with this, if I want to be on the go, is what I take with me. If I'm in a doctor's office, obviously I can't use my electric. That would annoy other people. So I take my hand crank or my handheld sharpener with me. I am constantly coloring on the go. That's how this book came to be, by the way. I take my coloring books with me to the doctor's office. If I have to take somebody else somewhere, like to the grocery store or something like that, I'll grab this small book and take it with me. It's one of the things I love about it. When you are sharpening your pencil, you will find that sometimes you get different points on them. Super sharp is not always your answer to a colored pencil. Sharp is nice. Sharp makes great details. Sharp makes a boring time of doing large objects. Okay? For that case, you want a rounded or a flattened point to cover larger areas at a time. It'll make more sense talking about the points once we get into actually putting some in the book. So don't stress out. The points of your pencil determines how well it's going to fill in the tooth of the paper. Okay? The tooth of the paper is how rough or smooth your paper is. In books from Amazon, which is what mine are, it is a standard copier paper. It's not rough, it's not smooth, it's kind of blah. In books like Joanna Basford, you get more tooth on the paper. You can put more pigment on the paper because you're filling in more of the hills and the valleys of the paper. That kind of touches upon thin versus thick paper. Joanna Basford has wonderful, awesome, amazing, incredible. Everybody and their brother likes the thick paper. Seems like anyway. I don't care. I don't care what the paper is. You can make beautiful results no matter what the paper is. All right? Let's put that out there. But it will determine how many layers you can put on a page and at what concentration. In this book, in the back of the book, there are these little blocks, these little bitty rectangles that you might be wondering what they're for. I will tell you. Because now we're going to start getting into the fun part. All right. We've talked about the different types of pencils, the wax, the oil. This is a wax, by the way. How different brands do different things. The point of your pencil, if you notice, the common theme amongst my pencils here is that they're rounded. None of these are super sharp. This is how I prefer to color most of the time. We've got different lengths of pencils here. One of the things that a lot of colorists struggle with when using colored pencils is how to hold their pencil. I have done extensive research on this next point because years ago I was in a very, very, very bad car accident. After the car accident, I couldn't even hold a colored pencil. I have probably dropped thousands of pencils in my lifetime trying to learn how to hold them. Most people think that you hold them like you would be writing. You know, when you sit down with a pencil and a piece of paper and you're writing. That is what most people start with because that's the only thing they know. That is the only way that they've ever been taught to hold a pencil is to write with. Forget that. Forget everything you know about holding a pencil. You don't want a death grip on your pencil. Number one, you want the pencil to do the work. In this case, this is a shorter pencil, so let me get a different one. Welcome back, Amy. Welcome back. This is my Icolor. If you want to hold your pencil comfortably all day long, don't hold it down here at the tip. Don't do this. There. Your hand is going to cramp in about 2 minutes if you hit a tight grip on your pencil like this. Relax your fingers. You want to be able to hold your pencil, but if somebody came along to pull it out, they could. You don't want to be so tight on your pencil that you can't pull it out of your grip. Okay? That is how you know if you're holding it too tight or not. If you can just come along and pull it out, you're good. If you can't, that's too tight. That is way, way, way too tight. You're going to cramp up. That's a good remember when you're sitting there and you get concentrated. Loosen up. The further back on the barrel that you hold your pencil, the less control that you have on the page. Okay? This is going to give you real loose strokes if you hold it all the way down here at the end. You literally can't put pressure on it when you hold it all the way back here. You ain't got enough control. You will go all over the page. I like to hold mine generally about midway. This is not the only way to hold a pencil, though. If I switch it like this, I've got more individual finger control over the pencil. I can hold it like this if I need to. This gives you a lot of more flexibility, especially if your fingers are arthritic or otherwise you can't move them a lot. This puts more control down into your wrist. Yes, you can develop, and I do have a callus there. Let's not lie. I do have a little bit of a callus there. Yep, right there. That's generally where it forms. That is from gripping the pencil too tightly. Yep. I have seen people use colored pencils like this. All right. Now, if you can color like this, go for it. I am not one of those people. I have tried this grip repeatedly. I'm not very good at it. The most important thing about your grip is that you don't want to cramp your hand. We're not trying to stab somebody with our pencil here. Yes, that's the next point I was going to make. If you think you can't hold a pencil, there are now pencil grips out there like you would not believe. Joe is all for pencil stabbing. Yes, exactly, Chris. You have to have breaks when you color. Relax the hand and the wrist and your shoulder. You will hear me say, everybody, hey, roll your shoulders. You can't see me do it, but yeah. Some people do. Some people do. Some people hold it like this. Some people hold it like this. Some people are this way. It helps if you change your grip as you are coloring, depending on the situation that you're in. I spent many days doing this, by the way, guys. Developing those finger muscles. And then, of course, you go the other way. It really does help. When I have a shorter pencil like this, I tend to put the end of the pencil in my palm and hold it like this. Yeah, I have a whole other video on my channel just specifically dedicated to holding the pencil and about 5,000 different ways you can hold your pencil. Yes, pencil extenders are awesome. Pencil extenders make your pencil longer. I tend to use the dowel rod method. Here, let me get this off of here. Get off of there. Like this. I've got different lengths of dowel rods. They're oak dowel rods. And all I do is I super glue the pencil to it. It's cheap, it's inexpensive, and it's customizable. Here's another one. Oops. Different size dowel rods. I can cut them to my, to my desired length. That's why I prefer using dowel rods. And you put a drop of super glue on the end of there, you put the pencil on there, you hold it for about 10 seconds, you let it sit for a couple hours, you're good to go. I love my dowel rods. Absolutely love my dowel rods. Now, gripping your pencil too tightly often leads my head often leads to using too much pressure on the page. Do we want the lightest pressure in the world? No. Do we want the heaviest pressure in the world? Well, sometimes. Duct tape and a dowel. Yep, that would be good too. When you're first starting out, your tendency is to want to mash the pencil on the page. And you don't want to do that. The reason why you don't want to mash your pencil on the page is because you will destroy the tooth of the page. And you can't layer your pencils if you mash them all in on the first layer. So let me give you an example of what it looks like, light versus mashed. All right. And I'm going to hold it way down here to do this light stroke. Let me get this out of the way. You're in the way. Go. The further back on the pencil that you hold it, the lighter your stroke is going to be naturally. All right, so we're going to hold it clear at the end here. And we're going to use more of the side of the pencil. And by doing that, we can make a real light black color. All right. Looks more like a gray than a black. So if you have the book right now, I expect you to be practicing along with me. You like to have about 100 pounds on the wrist? We started way at the end here. We moved up a little bit. This is naturally going to cause it to be darker. Here, we're going to do it like this. And I'm not very good at this one. I don't often do it at this angle. But you can see that this is naturally much, much darker now. I've got a little bit firmer control over it. It's darker marks on the page. All right, you can see the difference here. If we come down here clear to the point, we've got the most control that we can have over that point. We've got the firmest pressure we can do. Yeah, I even hate doing this. I hate doing this even as a demo. Oh, it kills me. Oh, it kills me. I have just effectively ruined the tooth of that paper. I'm never going to be able to put much color back on the top of that again. Ever. Arrgh. My finger already hurts right in through here from doing that. Right in through here, pain shoots up. Don't do this. Don't do this. This is okay. This is okay. This is not okay. Awesome, Chris. Awesome. I've used ballpoint pens to color a lot. Matter of fact, when the first time View saw me using ballpoint pens to finish a color or to work on a coloring page, she was like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're doing that." Yeah, I love it. All right, we just did this with the Prismacolor. We will mark this over here as P for Prismacolor. All right. Here is our Color pencil. And we're going to do the same thing with it. Again, the further back you hold your pencil, the lighter you can make it. There we go. Midpoint. And dark. Again, don't do this. Well, unless you really want to destroy the tooth of your paper, but a little K for Colors. Now our poor little Crayola pencil here, we ain't got much to work with, but we'll do it anyway. And on this, I am just doing simple back and forth strokes. I'm not doing anything fancy here. We'll get to that in a minute. The same principle applies though. End, midpoint. Think of this as a warm-up exercise. You know, we're getting ready to color here. And then, of course, Again, my thumb already hurts on this last one from doing this. Too much pressure. Too much pressure. It hurts. Ow, I don't want to color like that all day long. It hurts. A Super Crayola. Now I'm going to hold this up here for a minute. Here we go. And if these were not labeled, you would have a hard time guessing which is which. You would have an absolute no idea which brand I used where. Look at that. Don't let anybody tell you you have to use a certain brand of pencil ever. Okay? Once you take away the labels, a color is a color. We're coloring here. All right? You can achieve the same results with a Crayola that you can with a Prismacolor. I said what I said, and I mean it. I just proved it to you. Now that that's out of the way, I will never get into a debate as to whether oil or wax is better, whether polychromos or Prismacolor is better. It don't work like that. Which tool is appropriate for the job that you want to use? That's the right one for you. Yes, they are different. They do lay down differently. And that's why I say you've got to know. And that comes with experience. You got to play. You got to sit down and do these practice squares. That helps. We're gonna do some more with them here in just a second. Yes, each brand of colored pencils has a definite learning curve. There is the train. Whoop, 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 whoop. I'm going to put these aside for now. I need a color from my audience. Every time the train goes by here in real life, we stop whatever it is that we're doing. And for the next 10 minutes, we're going to work on the train from Imagimorphia. This is to prove to you that in 10 minutes a day, you too can color a masterpiece or a page complicated as one of Kirby's pages. Looky here, this is what we've got going on so far. I need a color from the audience, please. Rust. Ooh, rust is a good color. You know what? I actually have one. Let me find it. Nope, that one's not it. Let me find it. Here we go. We're gonna mix the oil with the wax. We're gonna put our knowledge to use here. If you've been following along, this poor right page has been a little bit neglected here. Hang on, I need to get out of it. I need to get my clipboard over here. The poor right side of the page has been. We're going to work on this right side of the page. Oh, come on, get out of my way. There we go. There you go. Now you can see it. Blurple yellow. Oil pencils need layers and layers and lots of practice. Yes, they do. And now we're going to mix them with the wax. Every color up until now on this page has been Prismacolor. We're going to throw in some Color now because the first color I saw was Rust, and the first color that I actually thought of was Brick Dust. I know we normally pick it randomly, but hey. This is one of my favorite colors, by the way, from Color, called Brick Dust. All right. We're going to get Mr. Wigglebot or Mr. Egbert here. We're going to get 10 minutes on the clock. Let's see what we can do with some Brick Dust. 10 minutes at a time is all it takes to produce a wonderful looking page. If you've got 10 minutes during the day, you can tackle a curvy piece. I have no doubt about that. And to prove it to you, we are doing it live 10 minutes at a time. Every time the train goes by here, we're picking a random color, and we're coloring on this page until we get it done. And this poor right-hand side has been neglected a little bit. We did a lot with the train over here, got a lot of details in on it. But our little right-hand side over here needs some more color. We've got a lot of the background area to fill in yet. And this Brick Dust color is a real pretty color. I don't know if you guys have ever seen an old red brick building, but that's what this one reminds me of. And I normally recommend if you're going to mix them together, to put the oil down first and then the wax on top. But that is more of a personal preference than a must-have. As you can see, you can do it the other way too. The further down on your pencil you grip, the more control you have. The more chances of cramping out your hand increases the closer you get it to the end of the pencil. And mine's already touchy at the moment from doing that other demonstration that I just did where I showed you how to do it wrongly. We're just adding some more of the brick details on this bird here, deepening the color a little bit. There, I like that. Deepen her hair a little bit on the ends here. One thing you want to do when you're working with your colored pencils too, and you've watched me do it 50 times already just holding this pencil, is rotate your pencil around. That helps keep your pencil sharp, and it prevents you from getting a flat edge on it. Flat edges are fine if you want to cover a big area at once. Most of the time, you're not doing that. You're doing little bits and pieces. Of you. Gonna add some in here. But 10 minutes a day, if you've got 10 minutes, you can do this. Don't let a complicated page stop you from enjoying the process. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that here in a minute, about how to start a page. How do you determine what it is on the page that you're going to color? A lot of people start with the main subject. I don't tend to do that. Because if I do the main subject first and I get it perfect, then by the time I get around to everything else, then I'm scared that I'm going to ruin something. Chris says, when I want objects to come out and separate from the background, I add details of Prismacolor. Yes, Prismacolor are highly pigmented. They are wonderful pencils. I love them. Just a little bit more on that shoulder right there. I tend to do what's called directional coloring. 99.9% of the time, I'll start in the upper left and go to the bottom right. I am right-handed for the most part. Rather than focusing on the main subject. If I am intent on coloring the entire page, then I want the entire page treated equally. And if I focus on my main subject first, I tend to be bored after I get the main subject done. And the page never gets done. Because, ooh, the main subject looks really good. Now I'm going to mess up the rest of the page. And I find with directional coloring, it takes away that stress. So I do. The other thing that helps if I do upper left to lower right is I'm not smearing the page. Yeah. Glazing, yes. Is it more of a watercolor term? I agree. I totally forgot his wing over here. Look at that. "10 minutes a day, though, you can color a Kirby page." We've been doing this for a minute now. We've had a lot of fun with this page. And it'll get done when it gets done. But this is a different exercise altogether than what we're actually talking about today. This is an exercise in showing you that you can do it in 10 minutes at a time. That you don't have to have hours and hours and hours to work on something. Gonna add a little bit of depth to the moon right here. Give him a little bit more personality. Put some red in his mustache there. Choo-choo. 10 minutes. That's all it takes to make a difference in your day. And in order to do that 10 minutes, you have to be ready to, all right? Know where your pencils are. Know where your book is. Set yourself up a dedicated space if at all possible, or a dedicated bag of supplies. And when you've got 10 free minutes, oh, our time is up. And when you've got a free 10 minutes, pick out a pencil, tackle a hard page. You can do it. Here, we're done now. We've added in some details to some of these birds here. We put in some more color in the background. We've highlighted this guy. This guy is fabulous. I don't know that I want to add any more to him at all. He's really having a great time there. I do want to do some more in the background here. Obviously, there's more over here that I need to work on. 10 minutes at a time. That's all it takes. All right. Occasionally when you're coloring, depending on the brand of pencil that you have, you will notice that debris forms on your paper. Tempted to blow that debris off. Don't do that. The chances are good that in the blowing process, you're actually going to end up spitting on your page. Find a cute little brush of some kind. This was from the Dollar Tree. Get your debris off. You can use a make. The train is coming back already. Guys, that's unusual. We've only been doing this 10 minutes. I need another color from the audience, please. I need another color. The coloring view says purple. All right, the first purple that I see over here in this stack is actually purple from Color. All right, 10 minutes on the clock. Here we go. I guess we'll talk about some of these other subjects while we're doing some purple. Oh my gosh, that is too funny. All right, let's emphasize some of this other purple in here. I don't think I've ever had trains go by that close together. That was quick and that was not fair. But them's the rules. If you only have 10 minutes to color, pick a random color and go for it. Oh my gosh. That has never happened before. Of course it would happen today. When I've got 50 other things to talk about. We're just putting it into practice here. That's what we're doing. Oh my gosh. I don't think we've ever... Now, I've gotten sidetracked before, and by the time we get around to it, then another train has come by. But I don't think I've ever actually been coloring and the train goes by that quick again. I don't think that's ever happened. That is too funny. Yeah, I see you over there laughing at me, Nikki. I just made your day. 10 minutes at a time. That's all it takes to create a beautiful page. You don't even have to have a color scheme picked out ahead of time. You can pick random colors and still have it work. What's this thing? I don't know. It's a bit in a bubble. Kirby has a way of putting in these oddball objects together, and somehow it just all works. I love Kirby's works. I do. Chris said something about the stag picture. You know, I don't have a copy of the stag picture. I have looked through every Kirby book that I have, which is about 5 of them now. And I still can't find a copy of that picture that you showed us. I have looked in every book that I have. I cannot find it. How is it possible that I don't have a copy of the stag picture? It's driving me bananas. I have not been able to find not one single copy of it. And View showed where it was in like 5 of her books. So every time I go to Ollie's now, I'm looking for Kirby books, and if I don't have it, I'm picking it up just for that stupid stag picture. Hoping that it's in there. Yeah, I don't have Mythic World. I've got Reflections. I've got his 10-year anniversary. I've got Imagimorphia. I have Mythomorphia. I've got Worlds Within Worlds. I think that's the one. And I can't find that stag picture anywhere. So I am still on the hunt for it. It's a game by now. Hello, Jay. It better not be in another book is coming up. Right. Yeah, you can understand twice, the original one and the compilation one. That is it. What is the first Kirby book someone should get? If you want a variety to sample his different works, I would get the 10-year compilation. If you like mythology, which I know you do, I would probably get Mythomorphia. Just because it's got a lot of cool critters in it. But if you want to sample a wider variety of his works, go for the 10-year celebration. It's got bonus pages in it that haven't been in any other books before. I don't have all of his books, so I can't speak to all of them. Like I don't plan on getting the dark fairy tale book because that's not my thing. I don't do people. Generally speaking, I don't do people. But if you want to get a general feel for his books in general, then go for the 10-year. Imagine Morphia is my favorite just because I have a vast history with this book. I had a copy one time and my ex stole it and gave it to somebody I suspect for drug money. I suspect he traded my book for drugs. And he never replaced it, and I finally replaced it, and that's why we're coloring in it. Who steals a coloring book? You only have 7. I have 1 stag and 2 bird pages repeated. All right, sounds good. Yeah, I've got, like, I realized I have 2 copies of the shoes picture, by the way. Those sneakers that I want to do the sneakers. All right, now hopefully another train will not come by in another, by the time we get this done here. Hopefully the train is settled down for a minute so we can get back on topic. But a lot of these things that I'm telling you today are things that I use all the time. But I realize that I'm not saying them. I am just automatically doing them. And a lot of new people, it doesn't stick out in their minds. I'm doing. So that's what we're talking about them today. Coloring should be for everybody. No matter what your skill level, no matter where you're starting. If you're brand new, if you've been doing it for, a bazillion years like I have, don't ever compare your journey to somebody else's, okay? Don't ever do that. Don't ever think that just because you achieve different results that you're worse or better than anybody else who is out here coloring. We're all out here coloring to have a great time. At the end of the day, hopefully something's pretty or interesting. Yeah, that's great if it is. But the process of coloring should be enjoyable. And that's what you should be focusing on. Once you find it enjoyable and you get that stress off your back about wanting to be perfect, that's when you're going to grow as a colorist. When you stop worrying about how you are compared to somebody else, you will make bigger leaps and bounds in your coloring journey if you stop comparing yourself to somebody else. It's okay to admire people. That's different. But if you sit there and kick yourself and say, I can't do it like she can, then you know what? Practice some more. You can do it. Thank you, Britt. The shindig is tomorrow night. Oh, we're out of time. We're out of time with our purple. Woo! Our 10 minutes is up. Thank goodness. I'm just kidding. We added in some more details with the purple in the background here. Choo, 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 choo. Choo, choo. We've been having a lot of fun with this choo, choo page. All right. Now, let's get back. Let's get back on track here with what we were talking about. All right. There are 2 main strokes with colored pencils. There are 2 main ways, and I say main on purpose. We'll use this one. This is fine. I'm going to yes, shindig. It's a banquet. It's a banquet for my mom's high school reunion. I've customized a pair of jeans to wear that are awesome. They look so cute. I've added some red and white to them, and they're nice bell-bottom jeans. They're really cool looking. Pardon me, I had to get a drink. And and I've got a red dress to wear over it. I don't wear dresses without pants underneath. I just don't. I'm one of those weird people that just doesn't do it. I don't do bare legs in public. But I've got a real cute tank top, red dress to go over it. And of course, I got my nails now. I wear my, thank you, Joe. Yes, Joe has seen them. I got a new sunflower purse. Got my nails done. I got makeup to go on. I mean, it is a big deal, shindigs. Yeah, I don't show my legs in public. I don't. Yes, Nikki has seen them too. Thank you, Nikki. All right. How do you put the colored pencil on the page to begin with? Yeah, Joe can't show his legs in public either. Too white and blinding. Thank you, Britt. Thank you. Well, it's for tomorrow night. Oh, hello, bug. Go away. Oh, you go away. Go away. Oh. If you come back again, I'm killing you. Otherwise, go outside. It's a stink bug. I don't like killing any bugs. I don't. But if they're gonna bother me, sorry, you should have been outside. Go away. All right. Most people, when they think about putting color down on the page, think about just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The problem with this method is that it leaves gaps in your coloring and makes it look streaky. And it is hard to put down an even color when all you do is go back and forth. I've been doing this a long time. I still can't get a perfect layer of color just going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It is much easier if you make small overlapping circles. And I'm going to exaggerate this so you can see what I mean. And I'm going to exaggerate it on purpose. All right? When I say an overlapping circle, this is the basic motion that you're going to be doing. Again, this is magnified and exaggerated so you can see what I am talking about. These are overlapping circles. Again, very exaggerated. You can make them in different sizes. It is much easier to get an even color if you color in overlapping circles. You can also naturally get a very nice gradient that way, going from light to dark. Oftentimes, what we do, again, that was an exaggerated one, is we make them much, much smaller. And you can go either direction, by the way. It doesn't matter which way your circles go. But usually, this is what you're going to see a lot of times when people are coloring live. And when you go that fast, you're not seeing exactly what it is that we're doing. But that's what we're doing. Is we're making these tiny overlapping circles. And it is much easier than doing this. Okay? I promise you. Your small overlapping circles are going to give you a much easier gradient, a much more even color than doing streaks. And this holds true no matter what pencil you're using. From the sharpest point to the dullest point, an overlapping circle gives you the most even coverage. Does that mean you can't ever go back and forth? No. It means that it is easier to get a nice smooth result with an overlapping circle than it is a back and forth stroke. That's the difference. The sharper your pencil is, the tinier your circles are going to be, and the harder it is going to be to cover a wide area. Sharp pencils are good for details. They are absolutely horrible for covering large areas at a time. You will be spending forever doing just a little bitty piece, okay? So don't be afraid ever to let your pencils get rounded or dulled or flattened in the process of coloring. You can always rotate the pencil if you need a sharp edge. This helps you save money because you're not wasting the pencil. Oh my gosh, my pencil is dull. Maybe I should sharpen it right now. No, you don't have to do that. Even if you want a fine detail right now, there's probably at least 6 edges on this pencil that I could use to put a detail in. Mr. Ant, you are not welcome. Oh, come here. Come here. You're not welcome. Where'd you go? Ants have been really bad this year. Period. No matter where you are, it seems like. All right. Now that we've got the overlapping circles concept down, I'm gonna put the black down for a minute. And we know how to put one color down. Let's use this, and let's use these two. No, let's use these two. This is canary yellow. This is cypress blue. I don't want cypress. I want royal blue will work. I like royal blue better. Canary yellow is a primary yellow. Canary yellow exists in a lot of colored pencil sets. It is my favorite yellow by far. It is nice and bright and cheerful, and I use it a lot to color sunflowers. It is my go-to yellow. All right. When we want to put 2 different colors down, and I'm using these two, on purpose, always start with the lighter color. It is much easier to darken than it is to go lighter. All right. So say I want to go from yellow to blue. Approximately 2/3 of the area, I'm going to do those cool overlapping circles. In the yellow. In the top third, I'm going to come back and do an extra layer or an extra band of color in about the top 1/3 area. I'm going to switch my pencils now. I'm going to start at the very bottom here, do my 1/3 in my blue. Again with the overlapping circles. Then I'm slowly going to make my way up into that 1/3 middle part. And then what I like to do then next, you can see it's now yellow, green, and blue. I like to come back in with the light color and mix it all together real lightly. Put another layer of that yellow over there. And however smooth you want to make the transition, just keep going back and forth. Again, using those overlapping circles. That is a very basic of making a gradient. Hello, T-Man. We're going over some colored pencil basics today. If you want the bottom to be a little bit darker, come back in with another layer at the bottom here. Again, using just these little teeny tiny overlapping circles until you get it as dark as you want it. There we go. Now we have a beautiful yellow to blue gradient here. And you can vary these portions depending on what subject you're coloring. Maybe your subject only has a little bit of yellow on it. Yellow plus blue will always make green. Yellow plus blue will always make green. Colored pencils are a transparent medium. Whatever color you put down first decides the base color. If you put blue down first instead of yellow, you will get a darker green all day long. If you put yellow down first, you will get a lighter green. I will show that to you right now, right in front of your eyes. Up here where I put the yellow down first, you've got a lighter green. Down here where I put the blue first, you've got a darker green. It's magic. It is magic how that works. That is basic color theory 101. Yellow plus blue makes green. That is helpful to know. Yellow plus purple makes brown. Yeah, it's good to know for when you're doing sunflowers. When you're first starting out in colored pencils, the less pencils you have, the better. Let me repeat, when you are first starting out in colored pencils, the less color choices you have, the better. I'm trying to find my red. Scarlet will work. Oh, Scarlet will work. I am old school. We're not going to get into the modern day 4 tones. We're going old school, what you learned in elementary school. Yellow and blue are green. Blue and red are purple. Yellow and red are orange. Yes. The colors on the Ziploc bags. Yes, the yellow and the blue make green. That's how you knew it was sealed. If you combine all 3 of these together, depending on what portion you put them together, you can either make gross or you can make something beautiful. How orange or how green or how purple a color is going to be decided by what colors these 3 colors are. All right? I'm not talking about anything more than these 3 colors. And I'm going to show you that in practice next. I am going to take a quick break. So what I want you to do while I'm gone is pick out a yellow, a red, and a blue. All right? From whatever set that you have, the next thing that we're going to do is to put this into practice with our 3 colors. So spend a couple minutes and pick out your 3 colors. I'm going to go get a drink. I will be right back. I will even turn up the music a little bit. It is important that you take a break every once in a while when you're coloring. Get up, shake out your shoulders, move your feet, wiggle your fingers. This is supposed to be fun. This is not supposed to be stressful or torture on your body. All right? So get up and stretch, everybody. I will be back in just a minute. She bends with the wind when the weather turns hard. Still finds a blue in the roughest yard. Oh, Ivy, heart open wide. Got room for everyone by her side. Some said she ought to pick one straight line. Trade all her questions for a 9-to-5 time. She smiled and handed them back their plan. Went where the river met the sand. Feeds little kittens crumbs from her sleeve. Listens close when the tired hearts grieve. When the rain comes down and the road runs mud, she stands her ground like a rooted bud. If she stumbles once on uneven ground, she gets back up without a sound. Oh, Ivy, out in the open air, tough as the oak but gentle and care. She bends with the wind when the weather turns hard.
a bloom in the rose yard. Oh, Ivy, heart open wide, got room for everyone by her side. No need for silver, no need for gold. She gathers stories away some hope. Every stray dog and wandering soul finds a little peace in her steady hold. Oh, Ivy, out in the open air, tough as the oak, but gentle in care. She bends with the wind when the weather turns hard, still finds a bloom in the roughest yard. Oh, Ivy, heart open wide, got room for everyone by her side. Ivy in the open air, Ivy, she's still standing there. Pain on her fingers this morning, sun pouring through the trees, hair dancing in the wind, day drifting in with the breeze. She doesn't read the road signs, wondering where to go. She finds a quiet hillside and a winding trail below. Neighbors say she's drifting, but she smiles that way. Brush tucked in her pocket, making something new each day. She's painting her own path through the tall grass, drawing every turn by hand. Laying down the road through the open fields, right across the swampy land. If trouble talks behind her, she just lets it pass on through. She's living life easy with the wild world.
Thank you, everybody, for patiently waiting. I appreciate it. I am back.
Some folks run in a straight line,
I'm going to pour my drink here.
counting every hour. But she sits beside the river watching dragons fly.
Does anybody have any questions so far? I know a lot of you already know a lot of this, but there are some new people in our midst.
Like driftwood on the stream, she tips her head and lets them go.
And that's why we're doing this. Thank you, Joe. I don't ever want anybody to feel like they can't handle this or that they can't do this. All right, Joe, have a beautiful afternoon. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I think in the 90s, I think you're right. All right. Did you pick 3 colors?
Maybe she'll stay
Right, Nikki, I understand that too. I'm going to take you to one of my favorite pages in the book. Oh, there's that ant. The ant is gone. And this is why I included this page to begin with. Number one, it's fun. Number two, it's got these awesome overlapping circles. Again, this is a practice book. We're not making masterpieces here. We're making marks to understand how our pencils work. All right.
Just a brush of road in the morning, and the freedom she can.
All right, we've talked about wax versus oil versus other pencils. We've talked about different sharpeners. We've talked about whether your pencil points matter. We have talked about the pressure, light, the light versus heavy. We've talked about how to hold a pencil today. We've talked about a little bit about the tooth of the paper, whether or not you're working on smooth paper or rough paper determines how many layers you can put down, how much color you can lift back up again. And whether or not you're going to be happy with the results. The tooth of the paper really matters. We talked about the circular stroke. We've talked about a straight stroke. When you're laying down, those are the two basic strokes that you're going to be using as a beginner. I circular a lot. I do. Even as a professional, I use the circular stroke every day. We talked about don't blow your crumbs off the paper. You know, get a little fluff ball to do it for you. This was at the Dollar Tree. The pen has long run out. You can use a makeup brush. You can use a paintbrush. Don't use anything, but if you use a paintbrush, go for like a mop. Don't use a stiff brush. Use something light and fluffy to lift the debris off your page. We're now talking about a basic color palette. We've talked about the simple 2-color blend. We haven't talked about the importance of a practice book. We really haven't talked about that yet, but this is going to be evident right now. In a practice book, you want the freedom to make mistakes. You want the freedom to go, what if? What happens when I combine this color with that color? I'm going to start with my yellow up here at the top. And I'm just going to color this big circle yellow. Just using those overlapping circular strokes. And if you've got this book, you can color along with me. Maybe you want to start at a different point. That's fine. All right, so now we have a basic yellow color here. It's one layer. And the yellow is down first. We're going to do this circle now in red. Okay? This big circle here in red. And where they overlap here, now that will turn orange. Laughing while the tall grass bends slow, just a small town boy where the red clay shows me mama and dirt roads gravel. And how red or how orange it turns depends on two factors: how much yellow there is and how strong your red is. All right. This is why it's important to know your colors. And this is why it's important to practice with them. How much red do I need to add to this yellow to make it a good orange? How much yellow do I need to add? Do I need it to be a deeper color? Do I want it more orange? This is why you practice ahead of time. That way you don't have to figure out these questions on the good paper, you know? Laughter cuts through the quiet air. No one's rushing anywhere. Yes. I color with Ivy if you're coloring along with me. Hashtag I color with Ivy. I want to see what you color while you've been on with me. Awesome. You can sit down and relax for a minute. Now, if I want this to be a deeper color or a smoother color, I can do a couple different things. I can come back in with the yellow. Coloring trees with a careful hand. I color footprints in the sand. They just fill up, we don't even. Oh, wait, I made that too yellow. Now remember, guys, this is just Amazon paper. All right, so now we're on our third layer there. Oh no, I think that's too much yellow. Let's make it a little bit more red. That's now 4 layers. And we haven't even done anything fancy. All we've done is overlapping circles. Every color's telling truth. Ash drifts down on the edge of the page. We just laugh. I think you can see where this is going. Oh no, that's too red. Coloring skies in purple and gold, telling our stories the way they're told. Eventually, you will notice that the tooth of the paper starts filling in. Pretty soon, after about 6 or 8 layers on Amazon paper, you won't be able to put down any more layers. That's normal. But that's why you don't want to start off jamming your pencil down on the page. You want to be able to adjust it if needed. If you obliterated your tooth of your paper on the first go around, you're not going to be able to make those adjustments. Now, okay, that's pretty cool looking. But say it's a rounded item. All right, Chris. Maybe we do want to put a little bit more red on this side here. Again, that's about 7 layers now. And now look, all of a sudden, we've got a form shaping here. We've got a little bit of a shadow on this side. We've got a little bit of a highlight on this side. Look at that. Maybe this needs to be a little bit more. We haven't done anything fancy. All we've done is put overlapping circles on top of overlapping circles. That's it. That's all we've used. That is an easy way to make a shadow and a highlight. You can do this. And look, all of a sudden, it's all nice and smooth. Looks great. Look at that. All we did was overlapping circles on overlapping circles. That's it. Didn't do anything else. I didn't use any fancy tools. Nada. Nothing special that you can't do. I promise you, you can do this. Now what happens then if we add blue into the mix?
From barely surviving to owning the climb, I'll be right here. Can you hear that roar? Dreams turning real life.
If we do blue over here,
One breath, one moment, one step at a time.
again, just using our little overlapping circles. Medium pressure. Nothing special, nothing fancy. Little overlapping circles, that's it. Now the yellow is green.
Wherever you are, this heart is tied to every step you walk by my side, and I'm still moving forward.
Look at that.
Still taking the climb. One breath, one moment, one step at a time.
Let's smooth that out a little bit with some yellow.
Started with a cracked screen in a 2 a.m. go and do big plans. I was scared.
Oh wait, that's too light.
Words said slow down, but my pulse said go. So I worked every chance, even moving slow. Didn't have a map, just a spark in my chest. Every doubt, every
Again, just an overlapping circle.
We're shaking hands in an empty cup when the road stretched out in the air. But then I learned how to breathe, I learned to begin. One breath, one moment.
This is basic 2 blending color 101. We haven't done anything fancy here. Now let's do something a little fancy. Now let's just put blue on, just like we did with the red.
Voices I didn't know I was waiting for. Y'all saw something I couldn't see. Spoke life into dust, brought it back to me. I showed up strong when I couldn't stand. I reached through the dark and you took my hand, and then came laughter. Up a part of me I didn't understand. Every joke, every spark you gave, lit up the pieces.
Looky there.
When I lost my voice, when I lost my way.
We now have a shadow. We now have a beautiful green leaf area, for example. That's a much interesting green than pulling out the green pencil. It really is. Oops. Look at that now. Real simple. We haven't done anything complicated. We haven't done anything complicated at all. Overlapping circles. That's it. That's all you need. Basic color theory 101. If you bring blue over here, this is why this page is so good. It's one of my favorite pages in the whole book.
Voices that stay when mine was gone gave me the strength to carry on wherever you are. This heart is tied to every step you walk by my side, and I'm still moving forward, still taking the climb. One moment, one step at a time.
Now we have purple. How fun is that? Oh wait, I want it a little bit more red. What's complicated is when you stop putting the same amount on every layer and start varying your layers. That's when it becomes complicated. But all you're doing is changing the proportion of the layers. There we go. We put a little bit more blue on this side. A little bit more red on this side. We fill in all the little valleys there. That's it. That's a basic 2-color blend. You can do this. Look at that. Look how pretty that is. And you can keep going around the circle with any colors that you want. If you put red over here, this purple is going to look slightly different than this purple. And that is because the base color here is blue and not red. Again, colored pencils are transparent. You're going to see the underlying color. Oh, pardon me. Oh, thank you. Real simple, real simple. That is your basic color theory 101. We talked about this last week, about how you can take any color that you want and make a gradient out of it. Let's put that into practice. I'm gonna drink my coffee here. We did that with the robot picture. We picked out some random blues. I even have the pencil still out here. Oh, there we go. We started off with this blue as our medium color blue. We added this blue as our light color blue. We used this one for the dark. And we used this one for the shadows, which we haven't even talked about really shadows yet. That's more advanced. But we did that last week for a reason. And that was to prove to you that you can do that with any color. All right? Brain bathing is like sunbathing, right? All right, good luck. Good luck, Nikki. Oops. We did that last week because now this week seems so simple. All right. And I'm doing this with Coolors to prove to you guys that I can do it no matter what the brand is. We're going to break out some more of the Crayolas here in a minute. And figure out where I put, oh, there I put them. All right. See, I've got a whole bunch of them outside of my case right here. See, a bunch already picked out. They're random. I don't even remember what I was coloring with these. Say I want an item to be yellow. And in this case, my base yellow is canary yellow. One lighter. I like this one better. One lighter, one darker. This is a basic 3-color gradient. 3 colors. This will give you a wide range of colors. It is easiest when you are coloring to start with the lighter color. All right. And this yellow is so light you can barely see it. We're going to put that down as our base color over the whole circle here. And it's kind of scribbly. Quick overlapping circles. But let's say our actual sunflower leaf is more of this color yellow. We're going to add this color on top of this color. Every item in the universe has a shadow or a dark color to it. Every single one. Light reflects off of everything. Again, small overlapping circles. Now we clearly have a highlight, a mid-color, and a shadow on that item. Now where you put the shadows, that's more advanced, but that is how you make a basic 3-color gradient. Maybe the base item of this color is actually this color. So you go in here, again, starting with the light. Maybe this is more of a cream color item. We're just going to add a little bit of the mid-tone. Just a wee little bit. Not quite as intense as the last one. And there we go. This item is cream colored. This item is yellow. It's the same 3 pencils. That's how you do that. You just vary the strength that you put down. Does that make sense? To add a shadow onto here now, we can pick an even, we could use a purple if we wanted. We can use a purple if we want to make a shadow. Just right along the very edge. Right, like that. Purple is one of my favorite colors to make shadows with, by the way. A lot of people use blue, a lot of people use green. lot of people use black. I am not fond of black shadows. I think they are flat and boring. That is just my personal opinion, though. I like to have a little color in my shadows. There we go. Purple's a great shadow color. Where to start on a page? Where to start? I'm going to pull out another page here. We're going to talk about this for a minute. Hello, Sherry. I'm so glad to see you. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Nope. Other way. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you had a safe journey. All right. I don't want to do that one. I don't want to do that one. I don't want to do that one. All right, we'll do splat. We'll do this frog-looking creatures. Oh, thank you, Sherry. Yes, you have the right channel. I have my shindig tomorrow night. So my nails are already done for my shindig, and I don't want to mess them up. Yeah, it's a shindig. Hi, Mandy. All right, let's talk about where do you start on a page? Where do you start on a page? And there are many different theories behind this, and all of them are valid. A lot of people start with their main subject, which in this case to me might be what looks like little eyes and a nose. Or it might be the center here. I don't know. A lot of people start with the background first. All these areas out here. I hate doing backgrounds, so I don't do my backgrounds first. I'm terrible about that. Everything outside of the main subject area in the background. And we're not even going to talk about all the different backgrounds that we could do. That's advanced. On how to do a good background. That is not included in the beginner course here. One of the problems that you have as a beginner colorist, though, is forgetting that this side of your hand is going to drag on the paper. That is how you get stability when you're working. You're not holding your arm up here above the paper. Okay? We're not trying to, do an Olympic arm movement here. We're not trying to do that. After a while, if you try to hold your arm up above the paper to color with, your arm is going to go, I hate you. All right? You want to be able to have your arm resting. That's one of those things that helps with the cramping too, by the way. Oh my goodness. Sherry says that was a fast trip. Traffic was all semi-trucks. They went to Home Depot, Michael's, Costco, Dutch Brothers Coffee, and home. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. But after a while, you're not even going to think about this side of your hand. And that's a good thing. However, you want to start a good practice. Colored pencils will smear easily. And you won't even think about it at first. Oh, it's just a little bit. Oh, just let me do this here. Eventually, all that back and forth across your page is going to smear the colored pencil. One of the reasons why I wear the gloves is to help prevent the oils from my hands from transferring to the paper. Okay, that's one reason why I wear the gardening gloves. Another way that you can help protect your paper from smearing is by using another piece of paper or by using a piece of plastic. However, I find the easiest way to avoid smearing your work is by coloring directionally. If you're right-handed, that means you start in the upper left and work your way down the page to the lower right. You work from top to bottom. You can work from the upper right down to the lower left. But if you start at the bottom, everything you do is all this bottom is going to be smeared by the time you get the top part done. Yeah, coloring gloves are amazing. Gardening gloves. You can put a bandana down if you want. I've done that before a lot, but I found with my fan it's easier to wear the gloves. I don't even have to think about it. There's another pair I want to get that are dragon gloves, by the way. I want to get those so bad I can't see straight. That's on my wish list for next month. They're really cool. So, just be aware of that fact when you're coloring, that your hand is going to smear what's already down on the page if you're not mindful of it. It's just the way it goes. Another thing that you want to avoid is when you're coloring, period, is putting any lotion on your hands. That lotion will transfer to your paper. And then it is harder to get the color to stick. All right. Some people choose to pick up a pencil and color everything that's supposed to be yellow on the page. They color that first. That's very valid. But just be aware that of where you place your hand. What you don't often see happen in these live sessions is people actually turning their books so that they don't smear. But that's very valid too. Or so that they can color an area better. Just because you don't see it happen very often doesn't mean we're not doing it behind the scenes, okay? I will often turn my book to avoid coloring a certain area or to keep my hand off the page. And in my book, it really doesn't matter which way you hold the book. There's still cool patterns no matter which way it goes. It's made that way on purpose. Now, a few of the pictures are not like that, but most of them in this book, you can turn it the way you want. That's why it's a pattern book. Now, there are a few flowers in the book, but, that's par for the course. I'm sorry for the noise. All right. My best tip. How do you stay inside the lines? How do you stay inside the lines? Isn't that what we all want to learn? How do you stay inside the lines? Number one, it's not a requirement. It is never a requirement. I wish you guys could see me talking with my hands right now. It is never a requirement to stay inside the lines. If you want to go outside the lines, go for it. It's your coloring page. But if you do want to stay inside the lines, a great way to cheat is by doing an outline inside the line. And when you color in circles, it's easier to stay inside the lines because you're not doing sudden sharp movements like this. When you do sudden movements like this, chances are you'll go outside the lines. Don't do that. Do little circles around the edges of the item that you want to color in. You're not even tempted then to go over the line. Start there. Then go back in and fill it in. You have now successfully avoided going outside the lines simply by going in circles. Number one cheat method, inside the lines. Right there you have it, folks. Now maybe I want to make that a little bit more orange. Why is my chat not updating here? Should you trace the shape before you fill it in? You don't have to. That is the cheater's method to not going outside the lines, though. It's not a cheat. That's a tip. It is much, much easier to stay inside the lines if you're not pushing your hand in directions that it should not be going. Yes, exactly. Were you not here, Mandy, when we did the basics back here? If not, I'll go back to them. That's all right. I'll do a quick demo. Start with your lightest color. Start with your lightest color. All right. In this case, it's yellow. Put down the yellow on 2/3 of the item, all in one layer. You want to make sure that you put down the same amount on the whole entire layer as to how dark you want it to be. Come up from the bottom. All right, you were outside doing yard work. All right. You want to work your way with your next color from the bottom up, not top down. If you start right here with your blend, it's going to look wrong. Start down here at the bottom. Work your way into the other color. Small overlapping circles. All right. small overlapping circles. And it's all the same pressure. I have not changed the pressure that I'm using. This is a basic blend. Now I'm going to put a second layer of red down here at the bottom. Just a little bit. And now closer to the edge, we're going to do another layer. Closer to the edge down here. Maybe we want it even a little bit darker than that down here. So then we're going to put another layer here. Oh, look, that needs to be blended out a little bit more. Okay, let's put a little bit more up here. Then come back with your yellow. About a third of the way down, put another layer. Again, big overlapping circles. That's all we're doing here. If you want it really, really smooth, just keep going back and forth with your colors. You don't have to put down much at once, just a real light pressure. If you want it super smooth, let me find it. That's white. I don't want to use white. There it is. Thank you. If you want it really super smooth, that is where a blending pencil comes in handy. This is a Color blend. This is the Color colorless blender. Work your way light to dark. The same overlapping circles. It'll help smooth it out and blend it even more. It'll brighten up your colors just a little bit because it is filling in the tooth of the paper. You're pushing that pigment literally down into the valleys of the paper when you use a colorless blender. With wax pencils, especially with wax pencils, when you use a colorless blender, you are physically pushing the wax into the other colors of wax. You can literally watch yourself move the pigment around on the paper. It is much easier to see with a wax colored pencil than it is a oil-based colored pencil. Maybe you want a little bit more red. Even after you use the colorless blender, you should still be able to come in and add more color on top of that. Let me repeat that. Even after using the blender, you should still have enough tooth left in your paper to come in and make adjustments. If you don't, you have used too much pressure. And that is called burnishing. If you totally obliterate the tooth of the paper to where it will not take any more color, You have flattened all the valleys and hills on your paper. You have made it super slick. You have made it impossible to add more color to it. You can do that with the colorless blender. You can destroy the tooth of your paper with any pencil, okay? You can burnish with your colorless blender. You can burnish with a pencil, with a colored pencil. It doesn't matter. Yes, light then medium pressure. If you really want to destroy the tooth of the paper, that's when you use your heavy pressure. You will rarely want to do it that much. It takes, a lot of the times, if you use too much pressure, it takes away the joy of the paper itself being an important part of the piece. You're welcome. You're welcome. That's why I asked if you were not here for this part when we talked about the green and the blue. This is light, this is medium, this is heavy. This is why we do circles. This is why we don't go back and forth. You see the gaps here. You see how uneven the layering is. This is what happens when you go back and forth. You end up with more pigment on the edges of your strokes. Overlapping circles is easier to control and make a solid color look smooth. Now there are times where you will want to do a straight line stroke. There's nothing wrong with it. However, what I am saying is that if you use an overlapping circle method when you are putting down your colors, it is much easier to control the amount of pigment that you put down at once. An overlapping circle is a lot like writing L's in cursive. It used to make more sense when I used that example, but fewer and fewer people are writing by hand anymore. So I did an over exaggeration. Here, I'll do it down here as to what that looks like. This is an over exaggeration of what that looks like. Okay? And you can go either direction that you want. This is exaggerated so you see. It's like making little E's or little L's in cursive. I hate even using the exaggerated example. And you can do them different sizes. But that is the easiest way to put down an even layer of color, is if you do little overlapping circles. And that's hard to catch. That's why I slowed it down and exaggerated it over here. And that is much easier than doing this. Yes, that's an exaggeration. For the purposes of our video today, the further back on your pencil that you hold, the lighter your touch is going to be. It is also going to be harder to control your pencil when you're holding it at the end. When you do hold a pencil, you want to be able to come along and remove that pencil easily. If you've got such a tight grip that you can't pull that pencil out, you're holding your pencil too tightly. Your hand is going to start cramping if you can't pull that pencil out. All right? That is how loose you want to actually hold your pencil to help avoid your hands from cramping. Hi, Reaper. Oh, it's good to see you, buddy. Oh, sirens. Hope everybody's okay. If you're holding your pencil so tight that you can't easily remove it, you're going to end up hurting yourself and cramping your hands. You want to keep a loose grip on your pencil. And by the way, sitting here doing this is not a waste of time. You're strengthening your finger muscles. It's one of the most basic exercises that I had to do in order to learn how to hold my pencils again. I have done thousands of hours freaking flipping the pencil around back and forth. Okay? There are many different grips that you can use. I have seen some amazing work with people gripping their pencils like this. I don't know how they do it. I can't color like this. But there are people who can color like this. I am not one of them. I don't have that grip down. But I can still easily remove the pencil. Alright. Putting your pencil between these two fingers is often helpful. At preventing cramps. Yes, if you hold them too tight, yeah, after the first 30 seconds or 2 hours, your hands will cramp bad. Yes, they will. They exactly will. I'm doing great. We're going over some basics today because we have some brand new colorists in our midst. And we don't often slow down and talk about these things enough. And I'm guilty of it as well. I'm guilty of just doing it because it's second nature by now for me. I'm going to go shut the door real quick. Well, maybe not shut the door, but at least close the curtain. Maybe help quiet that down a little bit. 1 second. Oh, of course he turned it off now. There we go. Maybe that'll help if he turn. It's an air compressor. Well, it's rather noisy. Oops. I'm dropping things. Feeling just right, like the world agrees. We don't need much, just rhythm and soul, a little fresh air. All right, there we go. Maybe that'll keep it a little bit quieter. So if I ever do something and you don't understand how I'm doing it, let me know. I will be more than happy to try and explain it in detail so it makes sense. I have no problems with that. None whatsoever. I want everybody to feel comfortable. I want everybody to think that they can do this. You know, we just did a real simple gradient right here using 2 colors. Now, if we want to add a little shadow in here, we can do a couple different things. When I'm working with my colors, what did I do with the other one? Oh, there it is. There is a color, not that one. Where is it? I could have sworn I put that in there. Ah, it's not in there. There it is. Huh. There is a color called dark gray violet that I like to use for shadows. You can tell it's a little shorty here. And the reason why I like it is because it blends in with a lot of colors. And just add a little bit and a bobble in the dark area. Do you want a dark shadow? You can make it darker. You can also use the complement of a color to make a shadow. And in Red's case, that's green. So you can add a green in here and make that red darker. And the red-green phenomenon is great to use on leaves. Red looks phenomenal on a leaf, on a green leaf. You can just put a little bit of that in there. You could use blue. You could, oh wait, I don't want it that color. Maybe I wanted a blue. This is why you don't obliterate the tooth of your paper. You can make your shadow colors 50 different colors. Now if I take this blue and put that up there on the yellow, it's going to turn that green. When working with colored pencils, it is much easier to leave a highlight. Oh, and then you can come in. What did I do with it? Where did I put it? Here it is. You can then come back again with your blender pencil if you want and blend that out and up and smooth it out and soften those edges, make it look more natural. When does school get over for the year, Reaper? You only got about a month left, but black grape pretty much, or I'm sorry, black grape is the equivalent in Prismacolor. Dark gray violet in Colors goes pretty much with any color. Here's an example of that. This is why I like this color. Again, you can blend it out a little bit. Soften that edge up right there. That is why the dark gray violet looks awesome with just about any color. Now it looks like there's a little shadow right there. You just got 2 new books, just ordered them Thursday. One is a graffiti coloring book by Tina. Oh, I'm not even going to try to pronounce these. And an American Muscle Cars, and don't know who that's from, right? That is awesome. But all of a sudden now it looks like that there is a little shadow coming along this edge. And all I did was put a little bit of that dark gray violet right there and then blended it out with the blender. Only 6 weeks left. Woohoo! Whoop, 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 whoop. That'll be nice. It'll be nice to have you back on a regular basis, Reaper. I miss having you here. Did I answer your question, Mandy? Does anybody else have any questions? Let's see, we talked about wax versus oil versus other. We talked about sharpeners. We talked about our pencil points, whether they should be sharp, rounded, dull. We talked about different papers. We talked about thin or thick, smooth or rough, and how that affects how your pencils look. We talked about our pressure, light versus heavy. We have talked about our basic color palette. We've talked about not blowing on your paper. Awesome, good. I'm glad I did, Mandy. We have talked about simple 2 and 3 color blends. We have talked about why use a practice book. We just showed you. We just showed you why a practice book is so important. You know, you can flip around. And in my case, of course, I'm going to brag on my own book as being a practice book. We will be using this a lot to do different exercises in this year. I created this to be an on-the-go coloring book. It's a little pattern book. You can put it right in your purse, grab it right in your hand. Doesn't take much to grab a few pencils and be on the go with this. Like for me, I like to go out to the reservoir and color. I like to take this on the kayak. I do have a copy of this that I take out kayaking with me and we color in it on the water. We'll be doing that again soon after Memorial Day. Awesome, Reaper, awesome. This book has little patterns at the beginning of every page that's in the book. And that is so that you could quickly say, okay, let me practice this leaf today. What does this color look like? It gives you a little place just to spend 5 minutes coloring something. To test out a color, to try out a swatch, to see how it would look, you know, on the bigger scale. By the way, I was one of the first people in the coloring book world to add these little icons. I call them icons. These little miniatures. I was one of the first people to do this. My idea first. Yeah. If you go back through in the history of coloring, I was one of the first to do it. They're very, 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 very helpful. Little 5 minutes that you can spend. You know, maybe you don't have 10 minutes. Maybe you only have 5. Maybe you just want to test something out. They're very, very helpful to have. And then there's a variety of patterns in the book. You know, some days I just feel like coloring circles or triangles. Some days I want to play with my color wheel. These 2 pages are great for practicing blending different colors together with the overlapping circles. That's why the pages are in here. You know? Some days I want to color something that resembles something else. What's familiar to me? Flowers, of course. But that is why I made this book, to give you a variety of different items to play with. There's another one that's good for overlapping colors. How fun is that? That's a whole kaleidoscope right there. Y'all remember what kaleidoscopes are? Of course, my Ripley had to be a part of this. I miss him. But that's why this is here to practice in. These are not masterpieces. These are pages to get better doing other pages. I love this one, the little splat. That's what I call it, splat. As such, I will be giving away a copy of this book this month. I will be giving away a copy of this book this month in honor of Mother's Day. I have not exactly decided the parameters yet of giving it away. I might just pick randomly one day and say, hey, congratulations, you get it. I don't know yet. However, you'll probably increase your chances if you post on social media, hashtag Icolorwithivy. I want to give it to somebody who's actually going to work in the book. Yes, the splat picture is the one that we've done a buddy color in. That's why I ordered a new copy of the book too for myself. Because yeah. Some of these pages I'm going to be doing 50 times before my life is over, I bet. It's a great practice book. It is. And I believe everybody should have a practice book. It was inspired years ago. I had a book that was just a whole bunch of random pictures in it. It was about this size. I loved it. I worked like crazy in it. I've shown it before. It was called the Relaxation Coloring Book, I believe is what the name of it was. And I couldn't find another copy of it anywhere. I made my own. That is awesome, Sherry. Yeah, that's exactly what this book is for. It's for practice. You know, if you want to try something out that's new, don't try it out right away on your good pages. You know, don't ruin it for yourself. Allow yourself that time to be creative and practice and see what colors look good together and how colors react. That's exactly what this book is for. It is not to do anything major in. It is to learn from. I know you are. I know you are. We'll have more on the giveaway next Friday. I'll have it figured out by then. May kind of snuck up and smacked me in the face. I've actually done 3 coloring books, and we're actually going to be giving away copies of all 3 of them. Probably all this month. But this one for sure. I want to give a copy of this away. Yeah, of all the books. You put your practice one away. Ah! I told you we'd be working in it some this week or this year. But we do. We have some brand new colorists in our midst. So that's why I went ahead and got it out. All right, where's my canary? There's my canary. We were using royal blue and scarlet. Kick, kick, kick. All right. Now the fun part about this is, all right, we did yellow here, we did blue here, we do red here. Let's give the example here. Again, we're just starting off with little small circles. And I'm kind of doing this quickly. Because now we've got red down first right here. We've got blue down first right here. Remember, what color you put down first determines what your final color is going to look like. I'm talking about normal layering. I'm not talking about obliterating colors. All right, here now we've got the red down. Let's put another layer of red on here. Now then, if we come in here now and we do a blue. Hello, Mandy. I love you. All right, now then if we do the blue here. Now look how different these two look. This one, the red was down first. This one, the blue was down first. Can you see the difference? Even if we go back in with some more red here, and then we finish it up with a little blue. Put in like a little shadow area. These two colors are not the same. These two colors are not the same, even though they are with the same two pencils. This one is much darker than this one. Red was put down first here. Blue was put down first here. Which color you put down first matters. I love this example. Should the item be more blue or should the item be more red? That's up for you to decide. It's not a trick. It is a fact of the principle of colored pencils. Colored pencils are a transparent medium, which means you see through them. The underlying layers determine what the final color will be. If we put another blue layer here, you can tell I'm really getting into this, guys. Watch what happens. We now have a darker blue. Right? You just saw that happen right in front of your eyes. It's like it's magic. If we now extend that to one layer here, we've now got the darkest area of blue right here, where there's now 3 layers of blue down. If we come in with our blender pencil, then we can make it even brighter and darker and smooth it out. Now what happens is you see less of the paper. I didn't add more color to it. I obliterated more of the peaks of the paper. Oh wait, it's not dark enough. Boom. Now we have a light, a medium, and a dark blue. Just by the number of layers that we put on. The white of the paper or the color of your paper matters. If we take our little blue pencil here and we put it on this little gray spot versus this little white spot, watch what happens. Are you watching? Again, this is why this is a practice book. Where the gray was, it's automatically now darker than where the white paper was. I have shown this example several times on my channel where I put down a gray base layer where all the shadows go. It's called grisaille, by the way. We can replicate that ourselves by grabbing a gray pencil. Ironically, it says gray. We're going to do half this little circle here with gray. We're going to color blue over the whole thing. Automatic shadow. Yes, this is color theory, Mandy. This is teaching you that the underlying color matters. Basic color theory. With colored pencil, it is a transparent medium. With acrylic is an opaque medium. If I get out my little white pencil or my white acrylic pen here, here's the difference. You just saw, there it goes. You just saw where you can see the gray underlying the blue pencil. Acrylic is an opaque medium. That is how come you can come in with a white marker, a white acrylic marker, and totally obliterate your colored pencil if you want. If you try to do that with a colored pencil, you cannot obliterate the gray. You can lighten it. And I'm pressing pretty hard to get that to happen, by the way. That is the difference between a transparent medium and an opaque one. You're never going to be able to get a white highlight out of a colored pencil on top of any other color. That is why it is important to save your highlights. Use the white of your paper to your advantage. If I use this right here, you still see all the underlying blue. It made it a little bit lighter, but you still see the blue, right? Transparent. Acrylic, mechanical prints and coloring, obliterates it. It's a terrible example, but it works. Does that make sense to everybody? That is why it is important to know when you put a color on top of another color, what's under it when you're working with colored pencils. That is why a white pencil does not work the way you think it does with colored pencils. A lot of people like to use white to blend with. I don't. I don't like it. It shifts the color just a little bit lighter, and it can cloudy it up. I don't generally tend to use white or black when I'm working with colored pencils. You can if you want to. But that is why it is a transparent medium, and that is why it is important to know what the underlying page is and how your pencils will look on top of it. I agree, Ambient. Sherry automatically removes the white pencil from her sets. I don't blame you. Yeah, cream is great. Cream is great. Cream adds a warmth, I think, is a good way to describe it. Yeah, it is easier to put the highlights down first. It's always easier in colored pencil to go from light to dark. It is much harder to lift a color than it is to put more color down. It is, but it is not in the traditional sense. A lot of people think that you can take your white pencil and turn this blue to white, and you can't do that. Yes, base with your white, and that gives you the smoother surface. And that's also how you tell, because you can feel the difference when you have white down versus what is the actual paper. You can literally feel the difference in your fingers when you're putting it down again. And if you run into the white, you know, hey, that's the edge of the white, back off. Even if you can't see it really well, you can feel it. By the way, guys, I was so excited the other day. Oh, we got to stop and talk about this for just 1 second. I try to include everyone at every skill level with my books and my teaching. You know, I want as many people as possible to be able to color, just because I think it's so relaxing and it's such good for your mental health that I think everybody for, 10, 15 minutes a day ought to sit down and color. I really do. I think the world would be a much happier, more peaceful place if everybody sat down and colored. I saw a coloring book the other day for blind people. For people who are visually impaired, there are coloring books out there now for you too. And I am going to keep that in mind now with future editions of my coloring books. I had no idea. Oh, look, I got goosebumps telling you about it. I had no idea this was a thing until the other day. And what they do is the lines are raised on the page so you can feel them, and then you can color them in. And it gives a description at the top of the page. You know, it'll say this is a page of circles. And they can read it in Braille. And then the circles will be raised on the edges where the lines are. And I want to keep that in mind for anybody who wants to convert my images over to that style of page. I don't want them to be too complicated to where they can't do that. Does that make sense? So I'm going to be very mindful of that in the future in my books. Yeah. Isn't that incredible? And that is also why I try to teach what colors, you know, how to make colors look good together that normally you don't think go together. And that is why, you know, sometimes, you know, that's why I give the warning. If you put, you know, purple with yellow, you're going to get brown. Yeah, it does. It teaches you how to see. Yes, coloring teaches you how to see color. It does. I agree. You know, with acrylic, there's nothing wrong with acrylic. But acrylic is a lot more forgiving because you can totally cover up one color with another, no problem. You could do that all day long. With colored pencils, you get rid of that opaqueness and you get a transparency that is quite lovely. That's why I love colored pencils. They're a lot like watercolors. That's why I often say I paint with my pencils. I think you can cover a lot of faux pas with acrylic. Yeah, if everybody colored for 10 minutes a day, the world would be a much happier place. No doubt about that. If everybody did. I would love to see the world leaders sitting down and coloring for 10 minutes, you know? You don't have to be good at it either. You do not have to be good in order to enjoy coloring because coloring is a process. You know, and some people enjoy collecting books. Some people enjoy collecting materials. Some people enjoy that process more than the doing. And that's fine too. It's all part of a bigger umbrella of what coloring is. Yeah, you can't sharpen your paintbrush, right? No, but you can grab an acrylic pen. You can learn to use your point more or your edge more than splaying it out. But anyway, that's a whole different subject. But you see, I've still got my pencils out. I was coloring the other day. That's one thing we didn't do today. We didn't do this yet. Let's see, what have I been up to lately? I've been flipping through my cozy book. I got mad at this page. This foot just looks... That's the train. I need a color from the audience, please. Every time the train goes by, we stop what we're doing. We get out of her Kirby book. We're going to prove to the audience that in only 10 minutes at a time, a masterpiece. All right, here's our Kirby page. The audience has called out yellow. All right, yellow, yellow, yellow. My first yellow. We've already overdone canary, so what's this one? This one is autumn gold. I am going to sharpen this a little bit. There we go. We finally got, this is the third one. This is how I use my sharpener. All right. I almost always hold it sideways like this. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. Probably because I can see better. And you can hear. That's good enough. Never let grudges go. All right. So we're going to be working with autumn gold. I love autumn gold. It's one of my favorite colors from the Icolor line. It's an orange yellow color. Oh, we forgot to set the timer. We gotta move the acrylic pen though. All right, Mr. Egbert, 10 minutes on the clock. Here we go with some autumn gold in 10 minutes at a time. You too can color a Kirby page. 10 minutes today in color. It doesn't have to be complicated. Just sit down and enjoy. Pick your colors randomly. You can make them work together. Life is a blessing, pass it around. Pour it like water on thirsty ground. Love your neighbor, grudges go. Live your days steady and slow. It's in you and it's in me. Forgive, release. Find your rest in a little peace. I love these songs. Gaming with Just Joe has made every song for our channel. I can't thank him enough for the awesome music. This is one of my favorites. La, 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 la. See, you know, this right here, it almost looks like this is like his hair. And I can't unsee that. Are there any colors that haven't been called out yet? I don't think so. We've been through the gamut of colors, which is fine. You know, there's only about 12 basic colors in the world. AM radio buzzing, preacher half out of rain. That is why most sets of pencils come in 12 colors, by the way. Because that covers all your basics. Everything after 12 colors are just convenience colors. I said what I said. You heard what I heard. You just need a big 12 colors to color every color in the rainbow. I said what I said. I mean it. Everything is built off of those 12 basic colors. You do not need 500 pencils to color a full range of colors. You do, however, need to know how to mix them together. And that is what color theory is all about. How to make every color of the rainbow. Every color has a base color. Is it red? Is it blue? Is it green? Is it purple? After that, every color in the universe, is it light red? Is it dark red? Is it a medium red? Is it a red purple color? Those are the decisions you make after you decide what the main color of something is. You know, like this leaf right here is basically a yellow leaf. Well, I would like it to have some orange highlights in it. So now it's kind of an orange yellow color. That color that I'm making right now does not exist in a pencil form. I am making this color up. This color, this exact color will never exist again, because nobody else can put these colors exactly together the way I am coloring them. And that is the fun part for me about coloring, is that I will create colors that nobody else ever is going to create, and that only exists on this page. That is the fun part of coloring to me. I love blending colors together. I love making it just a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I love when you look at one of my pages, you can see, oh, hey, there's a little bit of purple in that green. Oh, there's a little bit of blue right there. That's what makes it fascinating to me. I mean, I could color straight up. I could color, a solid color all day long. And some people do. Some people, that's their preference. It's not mine. I like to blend. And I'm getting busy talking instead of coloring. I like to make new colors. I don't need 500 colors to be entertained. I don't need 500 colors to make a choice. The fewer colors you have, if you only have red, yellow, and blue, and you learn those colors, it will make adding more colored pencils as a convenience. All right? Once you master red, yellow, blue in making every color under the rainbow, any colors you add beyond that are convenience colors. True story. And what I'm doing right now is called marrying my colors. I'm spreading the color around the page. And that way, when I'm done, it'll be cohesive. That's how you make it. You make it like the colors belong together by adding a little bit of this and a little bit of that to every little item, That's why, even though we probably have, 50 pencils on this page by now, it's starting to come together and not look so chaotic. A little bit here, a little bit there. Oh, Mr. Egbert says we got about 2 minutes left. Oh. It's called marrying your colors together. In watercolor, here, this is kind of wet even. That's a messy palette. It's easier to see using this. That's a messy palette, but you know what? All the colors are married to each other. There's a little bit of yellow in all these spots. There's a little bit of red. There's a little bit of blue. And every time I want to paint something, I can pick up a little bit of yellow. I can pick up a little bit of purple and marry them together and it makes my painting cohesive. It just takes a little bit. Just a little bit. Just little bits and bubbles. But that's why it works. That's why these seemingly random colors are now coming together to a beautiful page. Ah, we're almost out of time. Oh, pencils down. Pencils down. All right, we probably will never get autumn gold again. There we go. We've added a little bit of autumn gold. Autumn gold is one of those colors that will warm up your page because it's got that orange, that nice orange hue to it. I love autumn gold from the Color range. Here we are on our page. It's really starting to come together. I love it. Choo 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 choo. My book is falling apart. Choo choo choo. Choo 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 choo. Liberty. There's our page. We've still got quite a ways to go. We've got a lot of details to do. You know, a lot of things yet to color. I'd say in a couple months we'll have it done. It's only 10 minutes at a time, you know, so it's going to take a minute to do. Then we're going to have to pick out another one. You've been looking for a good train book for when this is finished, but nothing is quite as cool, right? Oh, I agree. That's a pretty cool train. Oops. Now, you can come in here then and say you want a little bit different purple. Change up your red. In this case, this is now a shallow pink. Stops to help anyone give me a hand. Sits by the water and something low. Watching the steady current. It has been freezing out this week, by the way, guys, and my outfit for tomorrow night includes a tank top dress, and I'm going to have to put a sweater over it. Ah, true story. All right, now when we put this pink over this blue, it's going to create a different purple. Than that other red. And that's why it's important to know your colors. Pink is a less saturated color than scarlet. It's still red, but it's less saturated. It's got more weight in it. And that's why you get a different purple than this or this. 75 there today. Wow. Now that if we put yellow on here, it's going to create a different orange. This is still the canary yellow that we've been using. Although 75 right now sounds pretty good because it's, I think, 50 here. I'm a little chilly today. And this is just simple 2 layers, guys. This is nothing complicated. But you can see the difference between that one and that one now. This is more of a pastel orange, and this is a deeper red-orange color. And you can take your yellow and go through every red that you have. Let's see, here's a mulberry red. And this is how you determine which colors look good with which other colors. Practice. Sit here and layer them. You don't have to do a full color swatch. You don't have to do a full color swatch of all of your pencils. Although color swatching, some people don't even know what color swatching is. Color swatching is helpful. I'm not saying that it's not. And the squares in the back of my book are perfect for color swatching in. If you want to take all your colors and do them and label them, that's great. I'll show you what it is here in a minute. Let me finish coloring this circle here. See, now this is a mulberry, and it's going to result in a darker orange. Oh, is it raining again? Guys, it just started raining again. It has been raining off and on all week. Different color orange now. And that's what you want to do is when you've got a set like this, you don't have to just reach for the orange colored pencil. I mean, you can go in here now and take the orange and do something like this. Look at that. If you do that same thing here, it's a much more dramatic difference. Quite frankly, that's pretty cool looking. And all it took was just a little bit of pink, a little bit of yellow, and a little bit of orange. Look at that, how cool that is. It's much more interesting than just doing that. That's a flat color. This right here is just a single flat color. There are times when you will want to do that. There are times when you will want a single pure pigment on your page. But most of the time, it's going to be more interesting if you do this. Make sense? We talked about pressure and how important it was to do light, medium, dark, right? When you swatch a color, that's why these squares are so helpful. This is just real quick. There is light. All right, the whole square is light. About a third of the way down, add another layer. About a third of the way after that, add another layer. These are not blended, by the way. It's a terrible example. Light, medium, dark of your color. and then you label it. This is orange. Color orange.
Maybe she'll stay right here. Either way, keeps going.
Oops,
Anyway,
I'm terrible. All right, you can't read my scribble, but that's what a swatch is. You got the brand and you got the color, and then you have a light, medium, dark. You can quickly see then what the color is instead of relying on the pencil barrel. If we look at the pencil barrel, hold this up to make it easier. If we look at the pencil barrel and we look at the color on the page, they are vastly different. Come on, come and focus. There we go. There we go. The color of the barrel is not necessarily what the color will look like on the paper. That's why it's important to know your colors. If you want to swatch out all of your colors like that so you know exactly what they look like, great. Otherwise, for the most part, if you just want to do a scratch test, oh, hey, what's this color look like? That's a scratch. That's a swatch. That's a scratch. Book is great for doing either one. You know, everybody else this week has been complaining about chat lagging. I think it's a YouTube issue. My chat has been lagging all day on my tablet. Sherry says, I picked up a dahlia purple today. It's a little different than my other purples in my RX colored pencils. Yes, you mix your sets. Right, Sherry? Yes, I swatched at the very beginning of my coloring journey as well. I did extensive swatching. I now scratch test if I need to know exactly what a color is. I do not find swatching enjoyable. I've said it. You heard me. I do not find swatching enjoyable anymore. Some people do. Some people really find swatching relaxing. Good for you. I am not one of them. I don't find it relaxing or enjoyable. However, that's the good thing about these little boxes. You can if you want to. Otherwise, you can just scratch test. You tend to test your colors on the cover of your book. Yes. A lot of people do it on the inside of the covers. A lot of people do it on the title page or those pages at the beginning where there's not a full actual coloring page there. It is an excellent way to learn your pencil sets. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a great way to learn your colors. There is value in it. However, if you have 500 pencils, that requires a lot of patience. You'll usually find blank pages too at the backs of my books. If you want to tear these pages out and use them as backers or scratch sheets or anything like that, easy to do, easy peasy. Me and dirt roads. I can't believe we only have a half an hour left today, guys. All right, today we went over wax versus oil. We went over the sharpness of our pencil points. We went over using different sharpeners. And that's really a personal preference as to what sharpener you like. It really is. I can make do with the dollar store sharpener, or I can make, I've got a $30 sharpener that plugs into the wall somewhere. It really, some people prefer just a craft knife. I'm not one of those people. But hey, pressure, light versus heavy, the tooth of the paper. Don't blow on your page. We went through a basic color palette of red, yellow, blue. If you only have those 3 colors, you can make a million more. Swatching versus scratching, blending, simple 2 and 3 color blends. Why use a practice book? Where to start? Are you going to start on your main subject? Are you going to start on the background? Are you going to start directionally? I'm usually a directional person. Tip on staying inside the lines. Do a light outline in circles. Cheaper or expensive? Beginner versus pro. This is coloring. All right, let's get that straight. This is coloring. This is putting color on a page. We are not trying to win an art award. Why is that blurry? Come on, come back to me. We are not going for, I need this to last 1,000 years. All right. We don't need to get into the light fastness rating of our acrylic marker. We don't care. Does it make a pretty mark now? That's what we care about. That is the process of coloring. Here, we'll do it with this. Here's some Crayolas. And unless you tell people what items you are using, 99.99999% of people will be unable to identify your brand of pencil unless you tell them what you are using. Stop worrying about what brand you are using and start working on your techniques. You want better results? Practice your circles. Practice your color mixing. Does not matter what brand you are using. If your technique is bad, you will have bad results. You can put the most expensive pencils in the world in the hands of a monkey, and the monkey will do terrible with them. You can put cheap pencils in the hands of a monkey, and the monkey will do just as terrible. The difference is in the skill set. I probably shouldn't insult the monkeys that badly. But you get the point. You get the point. Your skill makes the difference as to whether your pencils look good or not. How much you have practiced makes the difference. How much time you spend on coloring in an area. That matters way more than what brand of pencil you are using. Of course, somebody who has been doing it forever is going to get good results no matter what you put in their hands because they have practiced. Because they have practiced, they know how to use the materials. That's it. That is the difference between a beginner and a professional, is practice. Anybody can do this. We're coloring circles, you know? Literally, we are making circles with our pencils. You can do it too. I promise you. The difference is practice, no matter what tools are in your hand. So if you can't afford the $500 pencils, don't sweat it. Make your Crayolas sing. Look at that. Those are gorgeous colors. All right, we got something going on in the chat here. Sherry says, I have an electric sharpener, but I usually color at 4 a.m., so I use the hand crank so I don't wake up the house. Right, exactly. Right, Sherry, nobody can see the difference. Nope, mix them together. Nikki has scared the heck out of her husband with the electric sharpener. Sherry's dog almost attacked her because of the electric sharpener. Right? That's why I like my little one. It's not very noisy. But yeah, at doctor's offices or with other people around, a hand sharpener like this is much better to use. It's quiet, doesn't make much noise at all. I have one that's got 2 holes in it. It does, as long as it fits your pencil, that's what's important. I have some thicker pencils, I have some skinnier pencils. You know? Sharpeners are as personal, you know, as what socks you enjoy wearing. Seriously. As long as it sharpens the pencil, that's the goal. Does it sharpen the pencil the way you want it sharpened? Me, I'm not particular. I don't have to have razor sharp points. I prefer not to, as a matter of fact. The majority of my coloring is done with rounded or dull or even flat tips. That's where the majority of my coloring lies. The majority of your coloring will lie in the middle of the road. Most things in this world have a medium tone to them. They're neither too light nor too dark. That's where the bulk of your coloring will be. Then you've got your highlights and then you've got your shadows. That's where you create the interest. I'll show you what I mean. Where's that black grape? There's a black grape. Okay. Right now we've got this gray color going around here, right? And we've kind of got a light color around here. If we come in with this black grape and we make this darker in here in these little gray areas, instead of being gray, they're now a blackish color. It's not very good, I promise you. We have now created more interest on this page in the areas that we have put the darker color in. There is now more contrast between the colors here. This is inherently more interesting than this. This is now inherently more interesting than this because there is a bigger difference between this color right here, this color right here, and this color right here than there is between this color here and that color there. It is more interesting to look at this right here than it is down here. And I'm not even talking about the colored circles. We can do this down here to the white circles, and that'll be the same way. And that is how you create interest and get people's attention, to get their eyes to look at certain parts of your page, such as the main subject, if you include more of this and less of this. However, this right here is necessary to create a pleasing page. If your entire page is stark black and white, it's harsh. It is hard on somebody's eyes to look at a page that is all a huge contrast. You want to give your viewers some places on your page where their eyes can rest and meander. If you constantly throw a lot of harsh contrast in your page, your viewers' eyes are going to go, "Oh, I'm tired. Oh, I am so tired." That is why the majority of your coloring will be in these areas rather than here. Make sense? And you can even change that up a little bit and make it a gradual, like that. Now we've got dark and all the way to the gray right there. Now inherently it looks like it's darker down here than it is up here, because it is. The range makes it interesting rather than just the harsh, strong contrast here between the two. And I know that's a bit more advanced than what we've been talking about, and that's okay. But the bulk of your coloring will be in those medium hues. The bulk of your coloring will not be in the highlights or the shadows. I can do some pretty detailed work with a pretty blunt point, but that's only from years of practice. Or a few decades. I can't believe I've been coloring almost 30 years now. It's been almost 30 years now that I've been working with colored pencil. That's crazy. Green is a convenience color, by the way. Green is a convenience color. Orange is a convenience color. Purple is a convenience color. Brown is a convenience color. I said what I said. Purple, green, and orange are secondary colors. This is Color Theory 101, all right? We've got our red, we've got our yellow, and we've got our blue. Ha! All right? I said those wrong. Blue and yellow make green. Yellow and red, orange. Blue and red. Ooh, I don't have a purple. How can I not have a purple? There is not a purple in this set. That's blue. That's black. That's gray. There is no purple in my set. I can't believe that. Maybe that's supposed to be purple. Oops. Here, we'll use this blue. Blue and yellow make green. Yellow and red make orange. Blue and red make purple. Oh, I guess that is purple. My bad. That's why you usually see it set up like this. Oh, come on. Stay. I cannot get it to stay. All right. Blue and red is purple. Pretend that these are not rolling. Yellow and blue is green. Ah! Stay. Yellow and red is orange. You usually see these in a circle. What happens if you mix purple and green and orange? You get mud. If you mix purple and green and yellow, or purple, green, and orange, you will get mud. And sometimes that mud can be pretty, and sometimes it can be freaking ugly. Depends on how much you put in of each color. That is why your most basic colors have these colors, and then black and white. Your basic color set is that. Eight colors is your most basic set. Now, a lot of the 12 set then is filled out with colors like pink and brown and gray. And then the other one, black, white. I don't have a white one here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Black, white. What's the other color I'm missing in the 12? Anyway. That's all your basic colors. And again, gray and pink and brown, they're convenience colors. You can mix them with the other colors. You know, if you have white and red, you can make pink. If you have purple, green, and orange, which is not hard to make after you get red, yellow, blue, you can have brown. You can even have black in this mix. Is it going to be a pure pigment black? No. But it will get dark enough to where you don't even think about using a black pencil anymore. Yeah, 8 colors. These 6 plus black and white. That's why if you got a 12-pack of pencils, you're golden. You don't need 500 pencils. You really don't. This has been a lot of fun today, by the way. I've really enjoyed talking about all this in detail. Tuesday, we're gonna put it into practical use in our book, The Mystical Lands of Utana. Where's it at? I must have ate it for lunch. I might have put it in a drawer. Oh, how horrible of me. I think I did. I think I put it in the drawer. It is not in my quick stack right here. All right. I'm going to put these away real quick. Practice in your practice book. Practice mixing the colors together. Simplify it for yourself. Learn the red, yellow, blue before you go on to any other colors. Here is what my robot page is like. No worry, Sherry, no worry. We talked about a lot of stuff today. There is what my robot is looking like. We talked about this last Friday. This is when we pulled out the pencils. Here's the results of that. These are the 4 pencils that we pulled out to add to our palette mix. And the robot here is the result of these 4 colors. Sky blue light, black raspberry, cobalt turquoise, and blue Copenhagen. Blue Copenhagen. Copenhagen blue. Copenhagen blue. That was what I did with the robot. And I think he turned out pretty cool looking. A few more things and odds and ends to do on the page, but that was what I did last week when we talked about what colors to add to your palette and how to add and freshen up your palette. Now I know what these 4 colors look like in combination when this color is the star. This color made up the bulk of the coloring on the robot. These played supporting roles. This made highlights, this made dark parts, and this made shadows. I did work this week some in my cozy book, putting down some paint, just having a good time. I started to talk about this earlier and then the train came through. I got really annoyed at this shoe. Okay? This poor little girl has like a foot-bound foot. Like her foot should be out to here at least. Like, you know, she's gonna like topple over when she starts to walk. It just annoyed me. Sun and the Moon. Had a lot of fun playing with them. Anyway, this is an example of having a piece of plastic. And you see that plastic piece? Kind of hard to see. To prevent your watercolors from going through, or your markers or whatever. That's a piece of plastic. You can also use this to put your hand on top of when you're coloring a page so you don't smear what's underneath of it when you're coloring. I can't believe I put that book away. It's not here in my quick stack. How dare I do that? I probably put it away because I said, oh, I'm not going to use it until Tuesday. Wonders of Creation. This is the book that I usually work out of on Thursday nights. Here's my cute little snake that I did last night with the artistic biker. If you want to watch what I did, if you want to watch me paint, it's up on my YouTube channel. It should be out tomorrow. You know, YouTube takes a minute to process things, but I've got the video coming up of showing me actually painting this artistic biker. We have a lot of fun on Thursday nights. Come explore your creativity Thursday nights. Upcoming this month, I'm doing a buddy color with Lori from Creative Haven's Village Charm. This is a Teresa Goodrich, the first Teresa Goodrich book that I have. If you have this book, we're going to be starting with this page right here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Our little ducky in the pond, our little cute house here. We're going to be starting on this. I will probably be starting on this next week. That is where we're going to start in Village Charm this month. Oh. It is also now May. May apparently is one of the tags for this month. So my Kirby pages that I'm going to be working on for this month are going to be these little mer people. I'll start working on these at some point for May. Somebody asked me if I was going to do some mermaids, so there we go. Got a little mer lady and a merman. And that's in Mythomorphia. I'm going to put these away real quick. I know we're running out of time today. Oh, just as I said that, it turned to 5 o'clock. Can you believe it? Our time together today is up. I can't hardly believe it. I've made a mess now here on my desk. Today we talked about colored pencils for the very, very beginning. Wax versus oils, sharpeners, the parental points, the paper differences, how to hold a pencil, light versus heavy pressure, the tooth of the paper, how you should do your strokes, what you should do with your crumbs. Remember, get a fuzzy. Oops, get a fuzzy, dude. It can be a brush. It can be a dollar store item from the Dollar Tree. It can be a makeup brush. Just something big and light and fluffy to get those crumbs off so you don't smear it. What is a practice book? Using a practice book. You should be working in your practice book at least once a week, trying something new out. You know, even if you don't do a finished page in a week, if you just sit down for a few minutes and just play with your pencils, it'll make your coloring overall so much better. We talked about blending the simple 2 and 3 color blends. We talked about where to start on a page. Do you start with the main subject? Do you start with the background? Do you start directionally? I'm a directional person. I like to color upper left to lower right. That is how I generally color the bulk of my pages. A tip for staying inside the lines is to outline it first lightly and don't use a back and forth stroke. And we did some demos in the book here today. We did some color demos and we did some stroke demos. Go ahead and, go back to the beginning if you want to see how we did these and how we talked about the difference that the pressure makes when you're coloring and how you should be able to still add colors even after you use your colored blender pencil. If there's any questions that anybody has, please leave them down in the comments. If you've stuck with me this long, I appreciate it. I hope this has been a fun and informative course for you today on beginning your colored pencil journey. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I hope you have a beautiful weekend. I will be back on Tuesday with the Mystical Lands of Utana. We're on our second real page in the book. Aren't we? The second page? Or are we still on the first page? We're at the beginning of the book. So if you don't have the book yet, you still have time to get it. We are not that far in. I will also have a copy of that book, another copy of that book to give away this month, believe it or not. Giveaway. I love you all. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a beautiful weekend, everybody. Take care now. Thank you. I will. Yes, a big banquet coming up tomorrow night. I will probably share some pictures of my cool pants that I made after we take some pictures tomorrow night, after we're all dolled up. So be looking forward to that. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Have a wonderful week, and everybody, peace and love. I'm out of here. Let the freedom ring. Colors blending, oh, souls above. We are one in peace and love. Peace and love. Hand in hand, we rise above. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love. We are one in peace and love. Woohoo! Take care, everybody.